or something, like I would put a 30 horse on the back of a 12-foot jog boat, flat boat ever.
You can't
Like
legally.
maybe 10 feet. That's not the biggest I'd ever go.
So I have to. I mean, you have to, like, that's the other thing, man, is you have to literally register with the Coast Guard in order to get that.
Oh, I know how to do it all. Like I said, my family used to build the custom, like, go-fast boats. That goes fast boats for the Coast Guard.
So, with an
Government contracted even.
yeah, I can't have my engine rating, you can put a bigger engine on there, but for my rating, I can't exceed 7 horsepower on my horse capacity rating. Because if I gotta consider that the boat's gotta still be able to have 2 or 3 people in it, gear, and the engine. You know what I mean? So I have to have it.
You put a 5-horse Mercury on the back of a 12-head, boat. That like in the way that you're talking about the Cal Fawcett, it's probably just as light as an aluminum boat, or maybe not much.
It's maybe 10% lighter, or I mean more expensive, but I have more heavier than I have. Well, high density polyethylene is a little bit heavier, and the reason why is because you have in order
Density of thickness in order to be able to facilitate the strength of it.
Yes, but I have a technique, my friend. I have a technique to where I can use 1/8 inch plastic, but I use a series of folds using V-bevel to create layers to where I can have it, 5/8 inch thick in places where I want it, and thinner in places where I don't want it. But I'm still using the same sheet of plastic. It's using folding and stuff. It's pretty.
I get adding the full strength, just like a body panels on a car.
Just layering, you know what I mean? It's layering and geometric shapes like triangles and squares and hat framing, And
hexagonal, like honeycomb.
Like Boeing and Airbus, like what they have in their planes, they use hollow geometric shapes, like hollow fucking triangles, and hollow hat frames that are just hollow and small that are inside. It's called shell framing. It's aeronautics. Yeah, it's like the space industry uses it, dude. Like that's what I'm talking about using here, and my folds can achieve that, and so they can make these, and it's pretty wild, man. If you go on Mud Motors Max on YouTube, that's my old YouTube channel, and I lost access to it. What?
Oh, I was looking for pins, just found one.
Mud Motors Max. Mud space Motors space MAX. And that's my old YouTube channel, bro. And I lost fucking access to it because Google says to have a secondary phone number, and I never took him seriously. And then my computer broke at the same time as I lost my phone. And every time I would try to fucking send my recovery code, like to get access to my channel, it would send it to like my old computer that was broken, old phone. So I lost access to it, dude.
There's a forum, Creekside.
What?
There's a forum, you can Google it, that you can email them like other verification credentials, and they will manually reset your account. It's time consuming though. Yeah, I have to do it myself. Maryam and Hollister, welcome to the room. We just finished talking about boats. Any other final comments on boats?
Sorry, guys. Sorry.
Hey, dude, I'm right here with you. No, that was a good conversation. It was all you and me, and then Adrian chimed in every once in a while. Talking to him about how to do the project, but he's not the real one.
No, listen, we'll talk about it again sometime, man. I'm still pursuing it. Like I said, I'm certified in hot air welding, certified in extrusion welding. I got my business registered with the state. I mean, I moved over to Northwest Montana to get this business going, and I'm hoping to start it next year. So this journey is still fucking going, bro.
Well, I'm giving you an ad, and what I'm saying is like, dude, I have a failed electric bicycle company myself, and I TIG and I MIG and I build
Doc,
cars.
post the link.
But
Post the link to your YouTube so Creekside can subscribe to it. And I would encourage you to restart that YouTube, or at least add shorts or all kinds of other content. Do you have access to it?
Dude, I got 3 cars I sold today. I've got a lot of shit done. I'm just waiting for this month of rain to stop for your trailer.
Well, let me put this Google YouTube neurolinguistic implant in your psyche. Get access to that YouTube account as soon as possible because I just bought a new electric bike and now I'm going to add my videos of my electric bike to your YouTube electric bike channel and then we're going to create a new electric bike business.
Nice.
Well, I can teach you to build custom electric batteries. I mean, depending on
No, we're going to buy all of our bikes wholesale and then sell them at discounted prices online. We're in the electric bike shipping business and marketing business.
Well, that's not what I wanted to do. What I wanted to do was.
I'm sorry, doctor, but unfortunately, Spectre has to supersede your vote and encourage the neurolinguistic implant of getting us access to your electric bike YouTube channel.
Well, when I get these cars done, I'm actually starting the electric bike company back again, and I'll put a fucking webcam in the motherfucking door.
Excellent. Our electric bike neurolinguistic YouTube programming implant is complete.
I just gotta say, I'm interested in definitely those bikes. I think those fucking things are cool, but they're expensive, man. I want to get one of those fuckers, so I totally encourage you to do that because I'm interested in that. Like, I want to zip around on a fucking electric bike. I've been seeing these dudes around Missoula zip around 40 miles an hour. It's fucking crazy, man.
My electric bike company failed in 2012. So, I mean, I know it's a new games, new toys that are on the market are, but I mean, if I can order parts and then get my pipe bender going in and my welder and build frames, my thing was I built custom bikes for grown men. Like I built a bike for Shaquille O'Neal that wouldn't crumple underneath them with the wheels or anything, and he'd be able to go like 40 miles an hour and never pedal, but it would be really comfortable for a man that size, that big. And that was my whole thing was I was like, custom to big installment electric bikes. But it was too early in the game and not enough people knew about electric bikes to be, blind people.
Well, that's cool. I would start again for sure. It's more of an opportunity, and that's something I have noticed is a lot of these bikes are too small. Even these dirt bikes I've been seeing, like, they're cool, but they're a little small. But, dude, they are fast. They're interesting.
Oh, yeah, Suron, all those, yeah. I mean, I can order the parts from them, but, I mean, I'd probably go through Crystal Light. And they're a U.S. company that builds electric motors and controllers, and, it'd be all electric, but it'd be like the V2, what the V2 Stealth Bomber electric bike is? It's like a dirt bike electric style.
I think I've been. Let me look here.
Called the V2 Stealth Bomber electric bike. But they run Crystal Light. Is the motors and controllers they run. Yeah, that's just dope. But yeah, I want to get back into it. Hollister, I'm sorry, you came up on stage. I don't want to keep talking. How are you?
Welcome to the Electric Bike Startup Room. We are a Chinese wholesale corporation dedicated to giving Americans affordable wholesale electric bicycles. This is Adrian Dimon. I am the co-founder of Electric Bike. I want to thank my...
America seems better. It's probably going to be hard to make it affordable, but I think it's possible.
Well, but yeah, when you got the idea that you're buying a $3,000 bicycle, and you can buy a $3,000 used Honda, a lot of people, depending on their socioeconomic status, are definitely not going to buy the bicycle. But if you're rocking around in a $120,000 Escalade, the idea of spending $3,000 on a bike that is like everything you ever wanted out of a bicycle as a grown man, and you don't sweat because you're just riding around pulling it like it just has a throttle like a motorcycle. And they're fun as fuck. I mean, I got like 4,000 miles on my prototype. I keep it work. I still have it though.
So I bought a bike off of eBay, an electric bike that retails for about $700, brand new. I paid probably 300 for it. Half price, 50% off. But it's used. It's got dings and rust. But
you have to tell me what battery is in it.
I'd have to look at it. I'm gonna take some pictures of it and try to tighten it up.
Is it nickel cadmium?
No
Is it
idea.
lithium?
No idea. No idea. But yeah.
Metal hydrate. Like it's like the battery chemistry is where you get stuck at.
I'm just concerned that I have to take it to a bike shop because they had to take the front wheel
I
off.
can tell you how to fix it like that.
Okay, yeah, great. Then once I get out of my house, I'm gonna text you. So Hollister, Cuckoo, Maryam, if you want to come up and say anything, this is the Electric Bike Startup China Wholesale Room. Thanks for coming. This is co-CEO Adrian Dittman with my co-founders Doc and Creekside. We're a new, exciting, and electric startup bike corporation based out of Chicago, Illinois, Georgia, and Creekside is in Montana or Wyoming. Where are you at, Creekside? Where's our western? Okay, yeah, our western manufacturing and distribution center is in Montana. And we are a very quick startup. We fail every 10 seconds.
Well, you know what? I'm thinking about this way you're talking
Is
about.
my right here?
It wasn't polyethylene. It was poly.
Oh my God, Rabbi, perfect. You can bless the new business.
What are you talking about?
The poly, plastic.
High density polyethylene?
Ethylene.
Wait, before you guys go back into technical communication, I want to welcome our rabbi who's going to bless the new Electric Bike Startup Corporation. Rabbi, can you please give us your Sunday morning blessings? He is a Greek Orthodox Jordanian falafel shawarma maker, but he's also a part-time fake rabbi. So Rabbi, Rabboina Shalom, if you could please give us the Shema. Hello? Rabbi, Earth the Rabbi. Are you there, Rabbi?
So before I was so brutally interrupted.
Sorry,
What
doctor.
I was saying is, like, the plastic that you're talking about using as a medium. What if we designed like a BMX bike frame that was made out of it, that was super cheap, that kids could build their own bikes with like other parts that they could get like, a really cheap bike. It'd be strong enough to be a little BMX bike or something like that. Like you get that pro level stuff.
High density polyethylene wouldn't be the right material for that because high density polyethylene is flexible. It's pretty flexible. If it went really thick, it could, but then it would be really heavy. Composite would be best for that. Like high density polyethylene has its limitations as far as that. Like that's why I had to use different type of framing to use and still be able to use this material. I just like high density polyethylene because it's positively buoyant, it's affordable, it's tough. It is pretty rigid, but poly would be great material. Certain plastics maybe, but
I'll think about it. I like to throw new things into my like thought process. What would I do with this to be able to add it to that thought process?
yeah, totally. No, I don't know. I think really what you guys got to do, and it sucks. Focus on affordability, wide adoption. And then I'm going to be able to do America. I'm going to be able to build boats in America and still do that. But I'm going to keep my team small as shit, low overhead. All my equipment's paid for. I'm buying a cargo trailer to do my plastic welding out of. Like I'm literally not, because I know the stats on this shit. Within 10 years, most small businesses fail in America. And they're killed by bank loans and operating costs and labor costs. I'm really focused on
The real number is closer to like 60 in the first 5 years.
It's bad. It's really bad. And so you guys really got to focus. First of all, your demographics. I've done a lot of studying on boat ownership and boat owners like me. I'm trying to target the first-time boat owners that are alienated by the expensive prices of boats. And you have the same scenario with electric bicycles. I want an electric bike, but the motherfuckers are so expensive that I can't afford one. So I'd focus on affordability to get wide adoption. I feel like that's the best case. But then you gotta focus on quality too. It can't fall apart and be a piece of shit, you know. And that's
Well,
me.
like I said, I built my original prototype in 2011 before I started my company in 12. And my prototype, there was a beach cruiser and a beach cruiser that was like cut in half and like stretched out really long. And then so it's a really long, like like about 5'10", and I'm a big guy, so like it had to be comfortable for me. So I put a longer one down. I'm 165, but I'm 160 now. But back then I was probably like 185 pounds ish, maybe a little bit more. But the point is that the bike would do 48 miles an hour on cruise control for 20 miles on one charge, and then it only took 2 hours to recharge to get another 20 miles. And it was only 12 cents in wall power.
That's impressive. Thanks for the green bean dudes up here.
Okay, welcome Ishmael and Hermes. I have two rooms going at the same time. So the other room is called the Adrian Dittman, and gentlemen in the Adrian Dittman, you are an electric bike startup China Wholesale Corporation. We are a 10-second fast fail startup, and everybody, I'm going to Walgreens to get myself the champagne of beers. So I'll be back in about 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and
Don't forget the orange juice.
Yep, don't forget the orange juice.
You're having beer? It's 10 a.m.
Yeah, I know. Then I'm gonna go to the gym after I have my mimosa. You got a problem with that, Gorilla Boy?
No, I got just smoked weed starting at 7 a.m., so I guess not.
I've been smoking weed all morning. Sorry.
And I've been smoking cocks. Well, sounds like a personal preference.
No, I was looking. There's been kids been buying scooters lately and stuff, and they seem to be affordable. I've been looking. And there's like, I think they're Segways or something, and the Segway can go like 16 miles an hour, and it's got 15-mile range. It's $300.
You want to know the sickest idea that I've had? That like if I get like 50 G's together, I just don't want to bust up my stocks. But if I put 50 G's together, I know that in China right now they have scooters, but it's like a junkyard with like a million fucking scooters because they'd rather build one and replace it with a new battery than fix the battery that's gone wrong in or the controller that's in it. So I was gonna you can get a shipping container of that for like $5,000, and they'll slap that bitch slap daddy full of like these old scooters. So at the end of the day, you order two of those fucking containers, and you pull them all apart. Half of them you use the parts to fix the other parts, and then you're into it for $10,000, and you have a couple thousand fucking scooters. You know what I'm saying? So there's a profit margin to be made from China and that wholesale electric bike / scooter market.
If those dickheads didn't put so much money, like I guess the shipping containers, I was going to do the same thing with boats. I was going to buy a bunch of these cheap ass high density they were actually medium density polyethylene boats that were plastic, and I was going to buy a whole shipping containers of these fuckers. And then I found out that I guess shipping containers full of stuff was double in price since COVID. They're so expensive now. It's
Yeah.
the
cost of fuel.
Yeah. The cost of fuel, and they were like, you can meet us, you can drive to Seattle and meet us at the harbor, or, you're likely going to have to buy a truck to do that, or hire.
You just hire a transport company for like $150, and they'll bring each one for $150, so the $300 to get your container dropped off.
I had like 20 of these boats I was going to buy. See, my mom.
Wait, from Seattle to Montana, it might be a little bit more. It might be close to $300 per container.
Yeah, and it was supposed to just be loaded full of these boats because my mom had a place next to the river, close to the river. We were going to do a boat rental business, but I don't know. She didn't like it over there, so she moved so we didn't even do that shit. But it was really the shipping container thing, man. That's what it was. They just charge so much on shipping containers now, coming from China. I think the government wants that too because China's raping us, just sending us cheap ass shit and making all this money. So I don't know.
What's going on here, Stan? What's up? I'm just driving home from one of my stupid jobs. One of them? Yeah, but everybody needs multiple jobs these days unless you're a fucking drunk. Alright, stop being cheap.
Listen, gentlemen, Oh, what happened? Somebody ended my other room. What the fuck?
It was probably Mick Dickerson. He was the only one left.
Oh, it was Rabbi.
Yeah, Mick Dick.
What a loser.
Mick suck, the Mick Dick.
Comes in here all day long, Jew hating.
Randy has a funny voice though. I like his voice. It's funny.
So I'm gonna go to Walgreens and get my champagne, my gin and my juice, and so I think this room is going to be fully optimized and automated. And I just encourage everybody to not speak over each other and just make extreme declarative statements, and then never mention each other by name.
Right.
Yeah, just give your opinions. No questions. This is a no question room, and
No questions allowed.
yeah, no questions allowed.
Wait, what?
Yeah, no questions allowed. It's the first rule. No questions allowed. That's the number one rule of every Zen academy.
Why do you think such a rule like that?
I'm declaring the rule, and now
I'm
I'm.
talking to Creek. I'm like, what was the name of that polyethyl whatever? And he's like, so I'm not allowed to ask that.
Okay.
So I'm like, hey Doc, what's up? You're not allowed to ask.
No, you can't ask any questions. Okay, I'll be back in 10 minutes. Let's see how you guys do. You're being live streamed on 10 YouTube accounts, a couple Instagrams, a Facebook. I'll be back. And this room is also being recorded.
I'll be back when you get back.
Okay, I'll be back.
Alright, welcome to the Adrian Gittman Show. This is Electric Bike Startup China Wholesale. Your host, Ishmael the Gorilla. I am driving home from one of my shitty jobs. And back to you. Creekside, smoke a bowl.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what I'm gonna do here. I should cook breakfast, but I'm really thinking about just going out and eating some breakfast at Ruby's Cafe because it's so good.
Yeah, I'm gonna go out for breakfast too. Guess what I just did? I just served breakfast. You motherfuckers. That's what I did all morning.
And yeah, I grew up around grocery stores. My grandparents always took me to grocery stores, and I love people, but man, I realize it's just I want to work outside. And then, like, in the wintertime, we get laid off, and I literally get to sit on my ass and not do anything. And that's, like, if you're going to live in Montana, man, work out. I just fucking do something where you get laid off in the wintertime, you know?
You got laid off. Do something where you get laid off.
Well, you just go to Facebook dating for that.
I got rather than a bunch of jerks get laid off, I'd rather get laid and jerk off.
Yeah, I've definitely worked in grocery stores and slept with coworkers, and it always results in either awkwardness or someone loses their job.
Can I tell you something? I just drove by a guy. Now, you know how when you're on a bicycle, you're supposed to use your arms to let people know, like, if you're making a left or a right?
Yeah.
So this is a bicycle. Man is 65 years old. He's on a bicycle. He's at a traffic light behind 4 other cars. So it's not his turn yet. The light is red. He's waiting to make a left. And he's on his bike the left, and he's staying that way. He's choosing to stay that way until the light turns green. Do you think that is that necessary?
I don't know, man. Bikers, I guess, they have a right to be there, but dude, they drive me fucking nuts. They're crazy because they don't get out of the way. They're kind of arrogant. I think there should probably be like a dedicated bike lane for all bikers, but I can't fucking stand bikers where I'm at, man. They're so ballsy and so stupid. They'll put in their headphones and they won't get the fuck out of the way. They don't care.
Well, that's me. That's what I do. When I'm on my bike, I make sure to stay out of the way of cars. But I think it's funny when some bikers really behave like a car, and then it's very annoying because they're in the way.
Some of them get killed around here, honestly, straight up killed accidentally because they play a little bit too dangerously with traffic and stuff, and there's a lot of dipshits around
They
here.
play too much. They be playing too much.
And there's too many people on cell phones around here not paying attention, so it's kind of a bad combination.
Can't find my fucking keys.
We got Cuckoo here.
The cuckoo's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
Cuckoo situation. Who's Hollister?
It's some burner account.
Oh, is that you?
Not me.
Hollister Sapphire is a hottie.
Oh, I got a quote for you, Ishmael. You might actually, I got a great book for you. I think you're gonna like, and I think you can use it in your business. It's called Native American Wisdom by Kentner Byrne.
I can't touch anything Native American. You're not even supposed to use that term.
Listen to this. It says, "My heart is filled with joy when I see you here, as the brooks fill with water when the snows melt in the spring, and I feel glad as the ponies are when the fresh grass starts in the beginning of the year. I heard your coming when I was many sleeps away, and I made but few camps before I met you. I knew that you had come to do good to me and to my people. I look for the benefits which would last forever, and so my face shines with joy as I look upon you, Ten Bears of the Yamparika Comanche." It almost sounds like a modern day.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, it almost sounds like a modern day DEI person who wants equity.
Well, that is really beautiful, and there is a great. I can hear what's happening. I can hear it myself. It sounds like I'm underwater. I can hear an underwater echo.
It's probably because I got these two rooms going side by side.
It sounds like womp, 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 womp. Anyway, I'm just gonna talk past it. So, hey, asshole. Sorry, this person fucked up. Okay, listen. There was a historical prophecy that said that the white man would come and conquer the Native Americans and fuck them up. And that did happen. Even though some benefits have been born from modern industrial society, such as Clown House and serendipitous meeting of my friend John Kitover, there have been many detrimental, damaging effects as well. But there was another prophecy that said after the European colonization of Native Americans, white people would come and reconnect Native Americans, white people, and the earth, all three, and bring healing to all the nations of the world. And that is the prophecy that I am trying to live up to. I mean, I want to bring healing to the nations of the world, love everybody, teach about healthy nature, and move with humility so we can heal the world. And I think, personally, I have had some negative interactions with some radical members of Native American communities. Those radical members have accused me of impropriety, and I have taken it on myself because I have an inferiority complex. But I'm trying to reconnect with the optimistic nature of this work that I believe was expressed in that quote that you just read from Standing Bear, or whatever his name was. Anyway, this is Electric Bike Startup China Wholesale.
the Adrian Dittman Show. This is your host, Ishmael the Gorilla. Let me know. I'm coming through underwater here and listening to an underwater echo of myself. We'd like to
can't hear
to the
you.
stage. Next to the stage is going to be Cuckoo the Destroyer, as soon as he will accept my invitation. Cuckoo. I just saw a man with some sweet boobs. You ever see a dude with hot boobs?
Oh,
The other day, actually, I was walking and I saw a pair of hot boobs. I might have told John this story. Did I tell you this story already, John?
I never heard this story.
Well, I was walking along, and sometimes you see the boobs before you see the face. You know when that happens? You're walking.
No,
Are you gay?
no.
Okay. I mean, no offense. I'm just making sure. But so, you know, when you're walking along, well, because if you see the boobs before you see the face, and I was walking along, and I saw some sweet boobs, and there was a white T-shirt, and you could see the nips. You could see the nips of the boobs. And I was thinking to myself, those are some fucking hot boobs. And I was walking along, but I almost became a little aroused. But then after I scoped out the boobs and their nips, I looked up at the face, and it was a dude. It was clearly a man. And he was very manly in the face, and he had a long blonde ponytail, and he was wearing a short little mini skirt, and it was like the manliest man face you could imagine, like a scary man's face.
Yeah.
Very hot boobs. And he was not smiling. He was looking me right in the eye, and he was not smiling. He was angry that I was looking at his boobs. And I wanted to say,
man. Yeah, I might have made them, but that's the point why I have them. But don't you fucking look at them. Yeah, no.
and I wanted to say to him,
Look like chicks who walk around
I'm
a lot.
sorry,
Like
sir.
That, they can be looking.
I'm sorry, sir, but you have a fantastic rack. I have a lovely day. I'm sorry.
Now around here, man. See, I'm a conservative, and I'm from only a small town, so I finally moved to a big city. Not a big city, but considered as the second biggest city in Montana, Missoula. So there's lots of that shit around here, man. You know, like I guess whatever. You know, I don't care. You know, if you're gay, fine. Just don't be all fucking. You know, don't push on me, fine. I've been flattered by people hitting on me, but but don't fucking, don't try anything. But like I did see the other day, I was up the river with my dog, and I brought a bowl of weed, and I forgot my lighter. And there was a couple there, and I went up and asked if they had a lighter. They didn't. Well, there was another dude just like up the river about 50 feet. I could see sitting long, tattooed, sunglasses, shirt off. And I went up to him, I'm like, hey, man, you got a lighter? Yeah, sure, man. He jumps up, and it's a chick with tits, but hairy tits. Topless tits. And a big, deep fucking voice. Tattoos everywhere. Super nice person. Let me borrow their lighter and stuff like that. I got back into town, and I had to look that shit up. What was that?
What
Chick
was
with
it?
tits. Chick with tits. Yeah, chick with tits that are kind of shriveled up, but deep voice, and it was horrible, like testosterone therapy that they take. Eventually, they'll take medication, get rid of their estrogen.
Were they growing or shrinking?
No, they were still pretty much intact. They were tits, man, but they were hairy. But they were full tits. They didn't shrink. Like, and I looked that up, and like, they don't typically shrink. Their voice will get louder. They'll get hairy facial hair, and hairy tits, I guess. But it was weird, man. Like, good for the person, whatever, if they're happy. But, I couldn't do that, man. I just don't see that shit. Why would you do that to yourself? But I mostly feel bad for the person. The person was sitting up there by themselves. Maybe they are social and stuff, but I just feel like a lot of those people are kind of struggling mentally, and I can almost sense it. But it was weird. I can feel this person's testosterone, and I can literally feel the testosterone.
I thought you were going to say you can feel their tits.
No, I can feel their testosterone, like they're taking so much of it that they're pumping their body full of it. Have you ever felt that sensation, like where you feel testosterone or like?
Okay, so
I
what
just
that
can't remember.
was, I think that was a woman becoming a man. No, what? Because the tits don't shrink. You can't take pills to shrink your tits. You gotta just cut them off.
Yeah, she would have to cut them off.
It must have
And I'm not gonna lie, if they weren't hairy, they weren't bad tits, dude. If they weren't all hairy like a monkey, they weren't. I mean, why would you do that to yourself? I just glanced. I didn't want to look.
I think it was a woman becoming a man who hadn't cut her tits off yet. And she was thinking, I'm so manly, I'm on testosterone, my tits are hairy, and I'm gonna take out my tits. I don't have to cover my tits anyway. And so I think that
Yeah.
dude was a woman with hairy tits. And eventually
You ever heard of the movie
cut off.
River Runs Through It? You ever heard of the movie River Runs Through It? Brad Pitt?
Yeah,
Yeah. So that's where I was. I was just up the Blackfoot River, you know. So she wasn't in town. She was.
You were in that literal place.
Yeah, dude. Oh yeah, that's where I live, man.
Can we get Adrian to mute? Oh, I can mute him.
Yeah, he's got to get muted. It's horrible.
Oh, I muted him. I'm a moderator. I have the power.
Awesome. Good. But yeah, no, it's beautiful out here, man. Like I grew up in Montana.
Even where you live, huh? You got freaky, hairy tit chicks.
Oh, dude, I'm in the most liberal city in Montana. Yeah. I'm from like a really like eastern Montana is rough, tough, fucking. That's where I'm from, eastern Montana. I mean, I grew up halfway in northwest Montana, but as soon as my parents divorced, man, I went with my dad in eastern Montana. I grew up there. It's a completely different place. Oil fields.
Jewish people?
Dude, I literally have not ever met a Jewish person. Hell, I got on the internet. Nope, never met a Jewish person. I've met black people, but I've never met a real Jewish person, like face to face. I've always
What
wanted.
about a Chinese?
Yeah, oh yeah. Asians.
You got the Chinese?
We got Asians, yeah.
They got Chinese.
Yeah, we got Asians.
So if you want to see Chinese, you just go to the Chinese food.
Yes, but there is actually a Jewish church here. Sorry, my won't make that file spot, but there is a Jewish church here. There is Jewish. I like to I have an old Ford F-150 with an inline 6-300, and I have a Chevy Impala car. I like road truck.
You're an American boy.
Yeah, I have my welder in the back, for my extrusion welder for plastic welding and shit.
Don't you like your trucks to work for?
My fucking truck works good. 1989 inline 6 with a Davis 300 engine. Yeah. But my grandfather bought it brand new, dude. I have it. I drove this across the state. Yeah. There's a lot of people on drugs around here. It's fucked up. We'll see. It's not. Yeah, pretty cool. What parts, if I may ask, are you in? What state?
I live in Maine.
Oh, Maine. Nice.
Yeah. Portland, Maine. I live in the most liberal part of Maine.
That's cool. I've always thought the whole state of Maine is pretty liberal.
not, I mean, it's liberal because the most populated areas in Maine are liberal, but Maine, northern Maine is like the Wyoming of New England, you know?
Yeah, Montana's that way. I would say like all the rural places are all, red, right wing, conservative, Republican. If all the cities are liberal.
Right, I went to
I
Bozeman.
Yeah, actually, Bozeman is kind of red though. There's lots of. It's not real like that.
I was surprised when I went to Bozeman that there was no recycling service.
Yeah.
And they said that it's like, what, you do have recycling?
Oh, dude, yeah, we got
Yeah.
recycling. We have 2 homeless shelters. So we have the largest homeless population in the state. That's crazy. Broadus, Libby, those red little towns. Not one homeless person. They wouldn't survive. And Missoula, we got 2 homeless shelters that offer them beds, showers, three meals a day, internet, and Charlotte. They fucking are here in droves.
All right, I gotta make a phone call. I added you back. I will talk to you guys later.
Yeah, bro, for sure. Alright, so I don't like Chinese myself. I don't really know if it's a good idea to start up Chinese stuff, but hey, this is Andrew or Adrian's too. I'll be back. You guys pick me later, Earl.
Okay, this has been Electric Bike Startup China Wholesale. Thanks for joining us, Cuckoo. Winter is approaching. Oh yeah. Looks like a they ass.
Sacred because making a really hold on. Once again, it's not sacred because there's nothing that prevents parents from talking about their children to anybody, and there's nothing that prevents children from talking about their parents to anybody. That's why it's not sacred. I know it's not what you mean, but it's what you said.
No, that's not what sacred means.
Really, what does sacred mean?
Sacred means it is precious and protected.
And it's not protected. That's my whole point. It's not.
In fact, it is.
No, in fact, it's not.
Okay.
Fine, tell you. No, hold on. This is a good teaching tool. Norm, give me one law, any law in the United States that prevents a child from talking to anybody about their parents and a parent from talking to anybody about their children?
It's a
Name
question of
one.
protection.
That has nothing to do
What
with safety.
do you guys each mean by protection? I think
You're not allowed to do it.
No, that's privacy.
That's protection.
So
It's
what
protected.
do you-
I'll tell you what. Oh, hold on. Hello. Sam is the lawyer on stage. This is what I mean by protected. It means you're not allowed to talk about it. I say that law does not exist. That's what I mean by protected.
Right, and
Such as, and I gave 3 examples. I gave the priest penitent, I gave the doctor patient, and I gave the attorney client. Those are 3 conversations those are 3 relationships that are protected. One party out of the 2 in each of those 3 is not allowed to talk to a third party about the relationship. That's what I mean by protected.
right, and this has nothing to do with my point about safety. Zero. Completely different thing you're talking about. I understand what you're talking about. It has nothing to do with the parent-child relationship. What I mean is that the parent is responsible for the life, the health, the well-being of the child.
That's true. That is true, Norm. Absolutely.
That's what
By the way, Steve.
Yeah.
By the way, Steve, I was gonna say, just to correct you, you can't
Yes.
furnish alcohol to your own children in 31 states, but the other
Okay,
states it
that's
is illegal. So, in 31 states, you can't furnish alcohol to your child. In others,
Okay.
Montana, it is illegal.
No. I appreciate the correction. Thank you, because I know, and I'm assuming that included in those 31 states are California and New York and probably Chicago as well. But okay, so 19 of the states do not allow parents to give their children alcohol. 31 of the states do. I will take your word for it. Thank you for the correction. I was wrong.
I just clarified in the chat the law around consent and what types of consent.
I was wondering if you're talking about when to address the argument.
T, we've gotten a little off topic. You might want to go back and refresh everybody's memory. I know mine needs refreshing.
My mom's
Certainly,
from
what I
an
was
abandoned
saying was
building,
that
and this
there
is the
is
studio
no
apartment.
sanctity
She's
of
surprised the view hasn't
parent-child
ceased to
relationship.
function.
There are,
Jean
however,
Carroll.
laws which protect right to autonomy, and that is what's being respected here. And so it's like this whole idea that Norman has, like, you know, he gets to declare things sacred. Well, that doesn't have any force of law, right? Whereas we do have actual laws which respect human autonomy, right?
Okay. Yeah, Norm is, if I may, Norm is clearly using a different definition for the word sanctity than me, you, and a lot of other people use. If I use Norm's definition, I can say that the relationship, there is a sacred relationship between an employer and an employee, because it's the employer's sanctity to provide a safe workspace. So Norm's clearly using a different definition.
I mean, fiduciary might be an applicable word. I'm looking that up now.
Well, I don't think there's a fiduciary responsibility between a parent and a child either.
I could check on that, but I'm comfortable with my definition, which is.
And you can use your definition. It's just not the way I use it.
The parent is responsible for the health, security.
Yeah, I already agreed to that. I
wanted to make sure the others on stage understood what I meant.
A parent is responsible for their child's actions until they become an adult. Period. End of story. If you want to call it sanctity, you're welcome to, but I think it's a misuse of the word.
That's a different conversation, like with the case of the guy, the shooter's father being jailed. I don't mean the actions of the child, I mean the care of the child. That's the sanctity I'm talking about. And that's again arguable. I can't see anybody arguing about it.
I'm not arguing with what you said. I'm arguing with the definition of the word. That's all.
Well, I do
How would you
have
describe
one thing
this
going
parental
for me.
responsibility for the well-being of the child? What would you call that?
I call it a parent being responsible for their children until they turn 18.
Okay, so this is what is violated by the California law.
No, it's not.
Yeah, I don't think so. No, they're still responsible. No, because the parent is still responsible.
Right, exactly.
Do you
But the state is not providing the parent with information necessary
It's
to
not,
care for the child.
it's not obligated to.
Steve,
Well, I'm saying
do
it
you
is.
remember
Okay,
election of 2010?
Let's go to Sam. Let's go to Sam. Go ahead, Sam.
we had a proposition on the ballot in 2010 or thereabouts that abortion clinics were not required to notify parents if a teenager.
I remember it loosely, and by the way, housekeeping issue, Dr. James, if you didn't know, I modded you up about 15, 20 minutes ago. You don't need to raise your hand now. You just chime in when it's appropriate. Sam, I loosely remember it, but not enough to comment. No.
Yeah, so that proposition passed, but there was extreme Republican opposition to it, based along the lines that Norm is talking about, that you're basically destroying the relationship between children and their parents. But the counter argument to that was the majority of teens who are seeking an abortion were impregnated by somebody in their family. And so what you're doing is that you're now, by notifying the parent, you're doubly traumatizing the teen. And so I think the rationale for this, that the person wants to be identified as a different gender, not do anything physiological, surgical, treatment-wise, anything to change their gender. They just want to be identified as a person of another gender, would lead to the same use in the house, and it's not going to change anything. It's not going to be productive for anything. I mean, I look at it, there's no upside, and all I see is a downside if the parent is notified.
I see what you're saying. Before we go to Dr. James, clearly incest is child abuse. I don't think anybody's going to question that. Whether or not a parent should be notified because their child wants to be referred to as the opposite gender, and whether or not that's going to cause problems in the house, I don't know. Dr. James, you're a mod. Like I said before, you don't have to raise your hand.
Okay, yeah, just respond.
Okay, let's go T after Dr. James. Absolutely.
So just a couple points of clarification. The reason why I think that the religious argument, so invoking sanctity and all these words that Norm is using, or sorry, didn't mean to say your name. Those arguments I think are quite incoherent when coming from a religious position, because if you look at the way that argument is leveraged over the lifespan of a human, you'll see that it kind of flip-flops depending on the hot button issues. So if you look at, for example, the issue of, of abortion, well, in that sense, they're not really concerned about the autonomy or the sanctity of, well, they are. They would argument for the autonomy and sanctity of the unborn life, okay, right? But then in this case, you talk about a household where largely it's not the household that is not caring for their child. It's the household where there's a child that is abused, neglected, or is not being given proper care for their mental health, or really dangerous abuse, right? And so this law is meant to protect those kids, the ages 12 and up. And so if you're concerned about the sanctity of a household, you're not concerned about the sanctity of a household where there is abuse, right? Or where there's neglect. You're concerned about the sanctity of a household where the reasonable parent would be taking their kid to get the care they need. And so that's why I think the argument is really incoherent. And I'm actually trying to be helpful to the person who I'm talking to right now, because I think there could be a better argument made. Not that I agree with you, but I think this argument falls flat really quick.
So T, you're up.
Speak.
If that's Norm, you can speak after T. T is next.
Right, I was in the middle of a discussion with Norm there. I was pointing out something.
Oh, you know what? Do you guys want the Mike Moon rule? You two can have 5 minutes if you want it.
I don't think so.
Okay, no problem.
Like in mid sentence there, right? We were going back and forth. You just got cut off. What I was saying was that the state isn't obligated, and Norm's reply to that was they are, which is evidently incorrect. It's quite the opposite. are obligated by law not to. And so Darwin's arguing is just like, he's just arguing facts that aren't true, right? It's weird.
So, thank you. So, let's just build on our understanding and definitions. I never made a religious argument. I think it's beyond the purview of this room. This is the atheist room. I am arguing the definition of sacred. That is one of the preferred definitions in the dictionary. Inviolable. Now, in the case of abuse or neglect, that relationship has been violated by the parent. So I put them aside. And a law that provides for the protection of children in the case of child abuse by the parent is, to me, inarguable and fine. So now we lay that aside because the law does not specify in the case of parental abuse or neglect. Rather, the law violates the sanctity, the inviolable relationship of the parent with the child with regarding the parent's responsibility to provide a safe, nurturing, healthy environment/home for the child. This includes every bit of information that the parent can possibly obtain, whether from a teacher or a doctor or an administrator or anybody, regarding the needs of the child. If the child has suddenly decided that they would like to identify with a different gender, the parent must be informed in order to be able to provide the best possible care for the child, to provide for the kid's health, well-being, nurturing, and safety. And I don't see the argument that would challenge that.
But that wasn't the argument. What the argument was
exactly the argument.
No, hold on.
I'm not going to argue. I don't even.
No, hold on. The argument was that the state isn't obligated, right? And what you're saying is that by not doing that, they are somehow
Her own sisters and their relationships is enough evidence to support my diagnosis.
But that's not true.
She like critical education
Child
and
will
nurturing.
still inform the parent. So there's no violation occurring.
So you've missed the whole point of what I've said. And it's okay, I don't need to persuade you. I just want to make
Please,
the
if I
argument.
miss the point, then please help me out, right?
Yeah.
If I miss the point, I'll say it again, elaborate.
Well, you don't say that
I
again.
stated it clearly. You want me to say it again?
No, I said please don't, because you're not representing the law.
Yes, right?
I'm trying to represent the law. I'm trying to represent the sanctity of the parent-child relationship and the fact that this law violates that sanctity.
It doesn't, because the child can still tell.
I regularly hear people say how upset they were when they went to Patrick's and they got fishing.
You are a mod, you can chime in. Mods can chime in anytime they want. You don't need my permission.
Thank you. So this
Her own sisters and their relationships is enough evidence to support my diagnosis. She liked critical education and nurturing.
loving, nurturing home.
That I will
This
decide
law
about
will only be invoked when the
She
child
said
is
unpleasant and
not
have to be
in
compensated
that
for the
kind of home.
displeasure.
Why? Because
She
when
is
a
a very
child
angry
is in
woman.
that kind of home,
Destiny is
the
her
child
own.
has
Thank
already
God for being
spoken.
free of any responsibility of her long-term care.
And to the
The
child's
retirement will
parents
buy
about
her
this,
security,
they have
housing, and
already
health care
done
till
all the
DOA.
work, they
But
know
John is
everything,
her
they've
own.
talked about it,
Impossible to
and
fix
they're
her
working
anger
on it.
or attitude.
When this
I
law
will
becomes
notify her
does
tonight
that,
to visit with
I
her.
don't want to be Jill
She
anymore,
said
I want to be
unpleasant and have to be
Josephine, and
compensated
the
for the
dad
displeasure.
beats the shit out of
Her own
kid,
sisters
and
and
then
their
the kid
relationships
goes
is
to the
enough
teacher
evidence
and
to
says,
support my
I want to be
diagnosis.
Josephine. At
She
that
had
point, the
critical
teacher isn't
education and
going to come
nurturing.
and
I
inform the
regularly
dad
hear people
again,
say how upset
so
they were when
Josephine
they went
gets
to buy
another
mix.
random.
They gone fishing.
So don't romanticize family life. Don't think everybody grew up in a family like yours. Don't think that all families are nurturing and loving and all of those adjectives that you told them. A lot of families are not, and this law is there to protect the children of those families.
Excuse me, Norm,
The law
excuse
was
me,
there to
Norm.
protect those
Excuse me.
families. Hang on a second, JC's talking to me.
Excuse me,
The law-
excuse me,
Hang on a second, Dr.
excuse me,
The
Norm.
law was
James is a mod. Norm, can you please go on mute and you can go after Dr. James? Thank you.
I forgot that, okay.
Just really, really quick, just to add to what Sam's saying, I think the way to sort of extrapolate kind of the point here is, ask yourself, when would you feel it is appropriate to block a child from getting mental health care when their parent says no, or when their parent would not approve it? Think about the areas where you would say, ooh, I have a problem with that. And if those areas seem to cluster around the types of things that, the religious right tends to see as their right to protect, then this is how you can see if this sanctity argument is coming from a place of kind of an underlying religious sort of rhetoric rather than something that's really about protecting the kid. Because I think in any family, the backbone of the family where there's children is you protect your child at all costs, right? And so that's something that I would be thinking about, Norm, and maybe that's something to reflect.
So, thank you. So, Sam, I made this point maybe 3 times. I'm not sure if you heard it. If the family is abusive, then the law could specify that in the case of an abusive family, they need not be notified. But the law doesn't say that. The law discards healthy family relationships, which is most, obviously, as well as unhealthy ones. So, once again, the school
How do
is
you enforce
obligated. Hang on.
How is this going to protect the kid?
Hang on. Please don't interrupt. Take notes. Take notes and then respond.
All right, everybody go on mute, everybody go on mute, thank you. Norm, I'll give you 60 seconds to follow up, and then we'll hear the comments, thank you.
If the kid has a headache in school, if the kid falls down, if the kid has a stomachache, if the kid is being bullied, if this kid has any sort of distress, the school is obligated to tell the parents. And by the way, I am a parent, I've raised a child. The people saying this obviously don't have kids because of course they need to be informed of any need that the child has. And to not notify the parents is a deep violation of that obligation of the school to care for the child and of the parent to care for the child. And by the way, the parent has decision-making power over these matters up until the age of 18, by the way, although in California it's a little different at the age of 12.
Thank you, Norm. And before we move on, I know people want to comment. I want to welcome Cora to the stage. Thank you for doing the heavy lifting. Cora, for over 45 minutes, we've been talking about whether or not the school should report to the parents when their child wants to be referred to in school as the opposite gender. Let's go. Oh, and also, Matt, looks like about 7.5 minutes finance report and then the break. So let's go mods first. Let's try and no, actually, you know what? I think T, did you want to respond before the mods? I think yes. Go ahead.
Thank you. First and foremost, the school is not obligated
I get
to
it.
find out
I understand.
whether or not the child is in an abusive relationship. Putting the onus on them to know
41.
is ridiculous. They're not in a position to know
With
whether or not
my
the child is in an
security.
abusive relationship with the family. That's
Norm, he didn't say it was you that said that. Please continue, T. Yes.
What was said was that there should be a proviso in the law that if they know that they're allowed to.
Can everybody go on mute except for T? If we can't follow the simple rules of the room, then I have to take a large hammer, and I don't want to do that. T, please continue. Everybody else stay on mute.
The suggestion was that there be a proviso in the law for children of abusive families, and this would in turn protect them. The problem is it doesn't protect the children because the school is not in a position to know whether or not they're abusive, right? So having this proviso in the law does nothing to protect children, right? What's more, is this idea and go, hey, actually, I prefer to be called T. This is not an example of me being bashed over the head, cutting
I
myself,
understand.
having a medical
For one,
condition,
my
being
own
in
security
distress.
and
These
wellness to
are
worry
not
about.
comparable
She
in
is not an
any
advocate.
way,
She
shape,
is a
or form.
detriment to my own mental
Right?
health.
And that's what you're doing, is you're comparing them
I'd be
to
happy to
these
meet her at
types
a
of
restaurant in
situations where they
Chicago
go, hey,
or
I
a
want to be
hotel in
called
Vegas.
T, or hey,
Spending
I'd
time with her
prefer
at the
to
house
be
is
called
no
me, her.
longer desired.
Right.
Or even if I say, hey, I want to be called Squirrel, it's kind of the same thing.
It's all the same thing.
I understand.
Right, fair enough.
But
Finally,
Oh,
the
go ahead.
important thing
wellness to
here
worry about.
is it's
She is not an
absolutely
advocate.
ridiculous to keep
She
on,
is a detriment
I'm
to
going to
my
point
own
this at you,
mental
Uncle
health.
Steve,
and peace
keep on
of mind.
suggesting
I'd be
that
happy
there
to
is
meet her
a
at a restaurant in
opposite
Chicago
gender.
or a hotel in
No.
Vegas. Spending time with her.
Them is simply a thing
Spending
that I
time
want,
with her
well,
at
this is
the
what
house
hurts me,
is
is
no
them.
longer
It's not the
desired.
opposite of gender, right? So let's get rid of this silly language about
Genie's world.
opposite genders. All we're doing is talking about when a child wants to be referred to as something else. That's it.
Is the
That's all. That's what we're like. Norm is going, but this violates the
phone
parent
call.
child, offensity. No, it doesn't.
T, I do hear what
respect.
you're saying. However, when I
Is
refer to
all
it as
that
opposite
I
gender, what I am
need to.
specifically referring to is someone who was born a boy. His
Genie's
name
world
might
is
be
the Gene Truman
Steve,
Show. The
Sam,
phone call with
James,
respect is all
Alfonso,
that I
Matt,
need with
and he
her.
wants to be referred to as Lisa, Rose, Cora, or Sandra. Clearly, well,
Genie's
not
world is the
clearly,
Gene
but
Truman
in
Show.
my mind, those
A
are
phone call with
opposite
respect
genders,
is
but I
all
do
that I need with
understand
her.
what you're saying. Would any of
Right? What's T? Is T gendered?
I understand.
T is
But
not.
41 with my own
No,
security
it's
and
not.
to worry about. She is
I
not an
understand
advocate.
that, but I told you
She
what
is
I
a
was
detriment
referring
to my
to.
own mental
I'm just
health
saying,
and
if
peace of
that's
mind.
not the
I'd be
discussion.
happy to
Your
visit her
point
restaurant in
is made.
Chicago
No,
or a hotel in
I
Vegas.
understand your
Spending
point.
time
I
with her
get
at the
that.
house is no
And
longer
if
desired
a
and
boy
basis.
or a girl
Genie's world,
said,
the Gene Truman
I want
Show.
to be referred
A
to
phone
as
call with
T,
respect is
then I
all
would
that
not
I need
refer
with
to
her.
it as opposite gender. Your point is very well taken. Would
My
any of
mother
the
and my
mods,
father.
like 60 seconds, just unmute and say your first name? Mods. Once, twice.
I'm here. I was just in the middle of typing something and I lost it.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, so just to reiterate this point, so for someone who's working in healthcare, and I'm sure there are people in this room who do, I see one person that I know works in healthcare here.
Well, I've been working in healthcare for 30 years, but go ahead.
So what I'd like to say for those people who work in healthcare, you know that you have seen atrocities and horrors that cannot be, you would not want to describe them to anyone else for fear of passing on that image into their head. And so I think these arguments against these really kind of niche positions are just simply rhetoric, wedge issues, talking points. In fact, I would call them bloviations by some because they don't apply. They don't apply to situations where a child is in a horrific position, they need help, and you've got someone bloviating about, oh, well, the sanctity of the family. You know what? Fuck your position, okay? I am so glad that the law, no, I'm sorry, look, I just gotta say this. I am so glad the law protects our kids from people like him.
Well, thank you. I am delighted now.
No. Hold on. You know what? If we want to continue on this discussion, we'll do it in the next hour. I am going to play Supermod. I'm going to end this discussion for this segment. I want to go to Matt with the finance report. We'll take our break, and then if anybody wants to bring this up again, we can. Okay, Matt, are you ready with the finance report?
Apologies, I'm still getting some pages.
Okay, then let's that's okay. That's okay. We'll pick it up at the start of the next and last segment. You know what? Let's just say hello to Cora. Good morning, Cora. Are you awake or are you just hanging out for now?
I'm just barely awake, so I'll wait till next hour.
Yeah, that's fine. Would anybody who has not spoken in the past 20 minutes like to speak about anything?
I'll bring something. I'm always a fresh.
Go ahead, Richard.
Always a fresh.
And by the way, Richard, I hope you and everybody else understand. I'm doing the best within my own capabilities to try and make this a well-balanced discussion on this very controversial topic. I realize to some people it's not controversial, it's simple. To other people, it's very complicated. I don't find it a simple topic. A comment was made by a speaker, see I follow my own rules, a couple of minutes ago that, no, go ahead, Richard, I'll just stop right there. Go ahead,
Probably
Richard.
the future.
Because the topic is so
For me.
intense, I am going to recant.
Expecting on
I do have members of my family in the
at a
healthcare
distance.
community.
I do fear it.
Conveyed
I
an
do
event
fear her.
that occurred
But
in
some
their
ways,
practice, okay?
I think she can be
where the male
possibly
teenager,
wrong.
this got very complicated. A male teenager was
I take precautions.
assaulted by his father.
I value
Following,
myself.
it got into law enforcement because
Friendship and kindness.
what was
Gotta
told
say
to the
that.
child,
A phone call with Gene is probably the future for me. Respect and honor at a distance. I do fear her in some ways. I think she can be possibly violent and very toxic. I take precautions.
this was not
I value
transgender.
myself.
It's just that you say you're going to be gay, and I'm going to kill you. The father held the child down, and the child reported to his doctor. This was a medical. He said, "Well, I've got problems at home," and it got very involved because obviously
She does drink now.
this person was threatened. Their life was threatened. By their own
I
parents.
think you were.
Doctors,
I think you
to
dragged
a doctor. This was reported.
out of
Doctors
the house.
Doctors and priests and lawyers are allowed to violate the confidentiality
I
when
think
they
you dragged her
believe
out of the
that
house by her head.
the person that
At a
they're
party.
talking to is a danger to themselves
her mouth.
or others. That is when they are legally allowed to violate the privileged conversation.
I
Please
think
continue.
you smashed her face.
It
The
escalated
face once.
very serious. Literally, the
Because of
doctor
her mouth.
did call the sheriff while the
I think
child
you
was in
smashed
his
her in
office.
her face
He
once
had the
because
child
of her mouth.
speak to law enforcement.
And I was tempted
So that
once
it was part of the record.
to kick
This is, I think
her
this
off
was
a cliff
14-year-old child that was speaking.
in the desert.
And my family member, I wasn't present when this happened. So this is all
Because
hearsay.
of her mouth.
Having said that, it was a professional medical
Anger.
present when this
Mouth,
happened. So I just wanted to say
Thank you.
Maintain boundaries.
of this whole thing.
Absolutely, thank you. And by the way, housekeeping issue, Matt, if you don't
And
want to
I
do
was
the finance
tempted
report,
once
you
to
don't have
kick
to.
her off a
I
cliff
don't
in the
wanna
desert
feel that
because
way.
of her mouth. Anger is the
Okay,
knife to
then we will
Maintain
come back
boundaries.
with it. We'll come back with it at the, we'll come back with it at,
Friendship
after
and
the break.
kindness gotta
So,
say
wow.
phone call with Chance probably the
We've
future
been
for me.
talking for an hour
Respect and honor at a
about whether
distance.
or
I do
not
fear her
a
in some
school
ways. I
should
think
be
she can be
compelled
possibly
to
violent and very
reveal or
toxic.
not
Take
reveal
precautions.
when
I
their
value
child,
myself.
when the student
She does
child
drink now.
wants to
Think
be
you dragged her out
known
of the
by a
house by her
different
head.
name. And I said it that
Or
way
party
because
because
T
of
was
her mouth.
pointing out that
You
not all
smashed her
different
face once
names
because of her mouth.
are
And I
binary,
was
i.e.
tempted once
different
to kick
gender.
her
They
off a
could be
cliff in the
something like
desert
T.
because
He's
of her
absolutely
mouth.
correct.
Anger is the
And
knife to
it
maintain
is, of
boundaries.
course, a very hot topic. We can come back to that
She
after
can
the break,
rape
but
my.
I want to thank Alfonso,
She can
Matt,
abuse my ears.
Dr. James. Please be careful as a mod. Please, that's all I'm going to say. And Cora,
I
thank you.
apologize for whatever part of that I broke the rules. I didn't mean to become
Never again in
inflammatory,
person.
but there is a certain line where, there's just a certain line, and I apologize for that.
She can
Dropping
abuse
an F
my
bomb and
ears on the
maybe,
phone.
definitely
Probably
being
never again in
aggressive towards
person.
you, Norm.
Well, it wasn't, yeah. Sorry, I interrupted you. I humbly apologize. And there's no rule against dropping F-bombs. The rule is be respectful without personal attacks. All of us may
I think you
define
smashed
and
the face once
understand that
because of the
differently. I thought that those two comments that you made in the replays are on, if after the show you want to go back, I thought they violated the rules, but hey, even occasionally violate the rules. It's pointed out to me, and hopefully I apologize just like you did, and thank you for doing that. You've restored my faith, Dr. James. In fact, Dr. James, standing ovation. And with that, it's time for the break. 3 hours in the tank. 1 hour left. This sucker shuts down in exactly 1 hour until, at give or take 11 o'clock. So welcome, everybody. Another edition of Ask the Atheist. If you're in the audience, we encourage you to come on up and talk about everything and anything you want. Thank you to my mods for doing the heavy lifting. Thank you for everybody on stage and your contributions. And what can I say? When it comes to all of the nieces and nephews, I believe.
Yes. Yes, I believe. I believe in death. I believe in disease. I believe in injustice and inhumanity and torture and anger and hate. I believe in murder. I believe in pain. I believe in cruelty and infidelity. I believe in slime and stink and in every crawling, putrid thing, every possible ugliness and corruption. You son of a bitch! I believe! We can't turn him into believe in witchcraft, mister?
I believe in everything, Doctor.
You like a drink?
Yeah. My father, you should know, is a very successful doctor in Boston. Member of the Harvard Medical Faculty. He was a widower and I was his only child. He was not especially a religious man, a sober Methodist. One evening, about 7 years ago, he attended a Pentecostal meeting in the conference room at Harvard. And he found himself speaking in tongues. Well, that is to say, he fell back to his knees in the back of the room and began to talk fluently, in a language which no one had ever heard before. This sort of thing happens frequently at Pentecostal meetings. It began to happen regularly to my father. It was now unusual to walk into our home and find my father sitting in his office, utterly serene, happily speaking to the air in this strange foreign tongue.
She can abuse my ears on the phone, but probably never again in person. Oh, she does drink now. Actually, I do fear her in some ways. I think she can be possibly violent and very toxic. Precautions I value myself. She does drink now. I think you dragged her out of the house by her head. It's at a party because of her mouth, and I think you smashed her face once because of her mouth. I was tempted once to kick her off a cliff in the desert because of her mouth. Anger is the mind killer. Maintain boundaries. She can abuse my ears on the phone, but probably never again in person. Friendship and kindness. Gotta say that. A phone call with Jean is probably the future for me. Respect and honor at a distance. I do fear her in some ways. I think she can be possibly violent and very toxic. questions of every myself. I think you dragged her out of the house by her head. At a party because of her mouth. I think you smashed her face once because of her mouth. I was tempted once to kick her off a cliff in the desert because of her mouth. Anger is the mind killer. Maintain boundaries. She can abuse my ears on the phone, but probably never again in person. Girl, the girl's not a good looking person, even she must have had another good someone. The streets can be passed down. I understand, but at 41. And with my own security and wellness to worry about, she is not an advocate. She is a detriment to my own mental health and peace of mind. Jean is a spider mother. Just like her mother. The Venus flytrap. But I think of Grandmother Lee and her love and attitude. She was. Stark contrast. And bitch. Jean is a spider mother just like her mother. The Venus flytrap. When I think of Grandmother Lee and her love and attitude, she was a beatitude. Stark contrast to the petty narcissistic bitch. Jean is a spider mother just like her mother. The Venus flytrap. When I think of Grandmother Lee and her love and attitude, she was a beatitude. Stark contrast to the petty narcissistic bitch. Jean is a spider mother just like her mother. Venus flytrap. When I think of Grandmother Lee and her love and attitude, she was a beatitude. Stark contrast to the petty narcissistic bitch. Flowers. A woman bee. Flowers and hornets, a woman bee.
Participate, but thank you for your participation. Let's now go to Daryl. Hey, Daryl, good morning and welcome back to Ask the Atheist. What would you like to talk?
If you don't mind, I'd like to just pick up on something from.
You can talk about whatever you.
So I kind of really got to give T an applause for this because like a name is a name. So I've actually met in my professional career, I've met women named John because it was a family name. So it's like the idea that this whole thing about conformity, oh well, if she's a female, you have to give her a female name. So it's like who makes these decisions? Conformity can be a very dangerous thing because conformity is
She was
really
a
just about
spelling mother,
control, just like in
just like her mother,
individuality.
Venus flytrap.
Some
I think
people
her
who come from
grandmother Lee
collective
and her
places
mother,
would tell you
she was a
individuality is more
start
than
as to the petty
conformity.
narcissist.
But it's just the idea that a name, which is just a word,
And there was nothing
and
to
it's a
kick her
word
off the
that you
cliff in
use
the
to
desert because of her mouth.
identify
Angry is the mind
this
killer.
particular person, or to
And
call them, or
sometimes
to
she
alert them,
can
or
be
to
my
notify
regular
them.
father, probably
That
never again in
a
person.
kid saying, a female saying,
Friendship and
I want to
kindness
be
gotta
called
say
Dennis,
phone call with you
and
after
no
the
one
the
digs
pieces
into the
from
why of this. Maybe she just saw a
Respect and honor
cartoon
of
and
the
she likes the
distance.
name.
I do feel
Maybe a young male sees a cartoon and he likes the name Shirley. I have no fucking idea. I have no clue. It's the idea that, oh, we
Yeah, it's a stronger
can
mother, just
say
like
to
her mother.
people or say to others,
I think of
this is,
Grandmother Lee and
you
her
know,
mother,
this is what you
she
should
wasn't
and
the
should not
opposite.
do. It just
Stark
bothers me,
contrast to petty
you know, because I
narcissism,
believe in,
flowers and horns.
I believe in individuality. I've always believed in it to the extent where.
Do you believe that anybody should be able to call themselves anything they want?
Absolutely. It's because, you know.
Okay, I'm going to give you an example. I'm going to give you an example, and it's going to sound extreme, but this is true. In my professional career, I handled a case, this is no bullshit, where this guy was getting a check every 2 weeks, and he legally changed his name to Motherfucker, which, of course, none of us in the insurance industry had a problem with. However, we were still issuing his checks to whatever his born name was, John Smith, or his injured name was John Smith. It was a psych claim, by the way. And so he literally filed a legal action to force us to change the names of the checks from John Smith to Motherfucker. That's a true story. Now, when you say it's just a word, it's just a name, would you support a child who wanted to be referred to in school as Motherfucker?
So again, and we
It's just a
about
name.
this. No, but we've talked about this in other rooms, right? I don't feel any way about some of this stuff, and I don't actually understand why so many people feel a way about things that ultimately have no impact on them. So I'm going to be very honest with you. Here's an example. When I first started working, when I was on Wall Street.
I'll let you continue, but you realize you are not addressing my question. But please go.
No, I'm trying to, because I don't care if a child wants to call themselves Motherfucker. I don't care enough about it.
Well, you know what?
It's anger.
And I have
It's anger,
kids that are raised and grown and out of the house. I wouldn't want them in class with a teacher referring to another child as Motherfucker. I think that's completely inappropriate. But you continue.
Okay, but those are like, you know, here again we go to like social norms and conformity. So when I started on Wall Street, we had a big Boeing executive. And pretty much my very first job when I left the Federal Reserve and I went over to Smith Barney, all I did was give stock quotes all day. And we had this one guy who had a lot of money. It was the first time in my career that I had ever seen $100 million in one account on a screen, right? So he takes us out to dinner. We go over to this place in Brooklyn. It's this really old school steakhouse, but really famous, supposedly the best steaks in the city. And so again?
Peter Luger.
Yeah, it was Peter Luger's, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Norm. And so the bill comes up. He took like 14 of us to dinner. The bill comes, it's like $4,000, right? He pulls out his Smith Barney credit card. And what he had printed on his card in his name, the place, was King Kong. Literally. He showed everybody at the table his credit card. He gave the card to the waiter. The waiter ran the card, paid the bill, and no one ever said a fucking thing about it. Right? So it's just, who cares? It's a matter of who cares. And if you do care, you know, it's more about, I think, like the idea of social norms than about anything right or wrong.
Well, actually, since you brought up a work situation, it's actually worse for employees to work and having someone being called motherfucker
She's warped.
than it is in the school system. And also,
still
when you're
being-
dealing in the school system, you're dealing with minor children.
Twice.
Steve, I still understand it because
I'll tell you, because it arguably creates a hostile work environment. If someone's using the word motherfucker, even if they're referring to someone who wants to be called that, all you need are and you're right, we did discuss this kind of a while ago. All you need are a couple of complaints to human resources with a threat of a lawsuit for not only allowing but promoting a hostile work environment, and that person's going to win the lawsuit.
To me, she's mental.
So,
She's worked into
yeah,
a steel beam twice, and she would face it.
I'm with Daryl, I think most of the time. And when people bring up hypotheticals like motherfucker
I
or
wouldn't be
things
surprised.
that might not really happen in real life, it's because we're pushing an agenda onto people and we want to make
It's
people
anger
look
for
like they're rational.
She's
And so I always try to see if we can bring it home and see, I think Daryl presented a
But I
real
will never
life
spend
case.
time at home again in Mexico. It's a restaurant in
yeah,
Chicago
I mean,
or a hotel in Vegas.
Human
She's
minds
on her own
are
with the
so
rest of me.
dogmatic and shut
mental.
on what
She's
we are,
worked into a steel beam
we feel
twice,
safe
and
with.
face an eye.
I was talking about this in our earlier room today. There is a marked difference.
She's her own
both
worst
because
enemy.
people, because of
Her energy
comfort
is
that people
remarkable.
feel, these being mostly American spaces, but also culturally, it is culturally warranted and frowned upon when people do not get triggered or
Gotta give it to her. She's a one
chastised
woman
behavior
band.
that deals with taboo topics, right? And
Gotta give it to her.
we're gonna try to
She's
do
a
some rooms on
one-woman
some of these topics because it's when somebody brings up a topic.
she's her own worst enemy.
Can people
She's on her own with regards to me.
identify as whatever they want?
She's worked into a
And what are the
steel beam
boundaries
twice.
and when are they starting to
She's her own worst enemy.
step on other people's
Energy is
boundaries?
remarkable. Gotta give it to her. She's a one woman band.
Yeah, it becomes a discussion of cultural sensibilities. But I think it is important to be able to abstract ourselves a little bit and realize that there are topics that can be spoken about,
She's warped.
and hopefully without me assuming that the person who wants to talk about, people changing their genders, going to the bathroom, as a male or who has, or as a female who just identifies. It is so much more productive when we can listen and we can try to de-dogmatize and stop pushing an agenda to others, because it's at the end of the day it's quite relative to the individual and to the culture, right? These things don't have the weight they do in the U.S.
Question.
Hang on, go on mute. I want to see if Daryl wants to finish up, and then Romero is next. I'll give Romero a fresh five. But Daryl, did you want to finish?
No, that was it. I appreciate that, Alfonso. No, that was it.
All right, then Romero, you're up. You got a fresh.
My question is this actually, is
I was
this
at
a
that
problem?
time 20.
Are there kids in school that are changing their names to motherfucker? Is that a thing? This is a real question I'm asking.
No, I'll tell you. I don't know if you were here when I said, but I had a personal experience, not to do with kids, but from a claimant who was getting a check every week who literally changed his name to motherfucker and wanted us to change the name of his checks to motherfucker. That was real. But in school, no. The reason why I brought up that example is because it was said he suggested words.
Are you sure this isn't serious, Joe?
Well, Eddie, there was
Shut up about Eddie!
With my brother, it was nerves.
Well, of
You make
course
a lot of
it
people
is.
nervous. Only sinners.
Everybody!
Is everything all right in here, guys?
We're fine. Did you see anybody in the hallway? Did you see anybody in the hallway?
Mrs. Clelia.
You saw Mrs. Clelia walking around?
No, not exactly.
Not exactly. A sign of the zodiac. The Gemini symbol, the twins.
It was 15 years ago.
Go ahead, Lieutenant.
Temple, why are you encouraging this?
Shut your mouth! Stretch your memory. What was he wearing when he brought him in? Do you recall?
That was quite some time ago.
Was he dressed like a priest?
Like a priest?
Were there any signs of injuries, blood, lacerations?
That would be in the file.
It is not in the file! You son of a bitch! I believe! And of course, no.
She's a long fan.
This discussion started off about an hour and a half ago when we were talking about whether or not
Enjoy.
teachers in schools should be required to inform parents that
Kinderman.
want a different gender name.
One notices pearls before sun.
Okay, so then I understand.
We're fine!
That this is because they're supposed to be
Enjoy.
they're wanting to go by a different name. When I was growing up in school, which wasn't that long ago, teachers
Why don't you tell me there's nothing wrong with it? There isn't. My brother Eddie had these same stupid symptoms for years. Your brother Eddie died at the age of 30. So what? He got killed in Vietnam. There could have been some connection. A connection? Are you sure this isn't serious, Joe? Well, with Eddie, there was... Shut up about Eddie!
So
my brother was nervous. You make a lot of people nervous. All my sinners. Everybody!
Is everything all right?
So I'm trying to grasp and understand.
You have children.
So we're interrupting now. Okay, well, I do have children.
Okay.
Yeah.
You just said this appears to you to be much ado about
nothing. Yes.
Okay. Would you want the school to notify you if your son wanted to be known by a feminine gender or your daughter wanted to be known by a male gender?
Maybe not. Maybe it's not that big a deal. Like,
Are you saying maybe not, but maybe yes?
oh, I'm sorry. Are we interrupting again?
Are you saying maybe not and maybe yes?
Are we interrupting now?
Well, I think I'm talking to you, so if I stop you from speaking and ask you a question, yes.
Okay, so then I want the same respect back. If I start asking you a question when you're still talking, I don't want your panties in a bunch of you bitching about. Okay, let's move on. So if my daughter has
Culture.
I don't know what
Even Lincoln is
to
doing
go
that.
by that at school. That's kind of her choice to make, right?
Even Lincoln is gay
If
now.
I have such a shitty relationship with
Even
my
Lincoln is gay
she's
now.
not telling me her preferred nickname or preferred name. Something has gone wrong with me. I have failed communications because she's terrified to tell me her preferred nickname or name. So, would I want to be notified?
LGBTQ.
But if it's...
Well, then clearly
are we interrupting now, Steve?
She was cool.
Clearly it's not much
And call Suma and tell her about Lincoln's LGBTQ activity and that you were sorry. She was correct. Oh, she will love you.
So, if she has 3 names, she has 2 first names.
She will love you.
Most of them. So she has a choice.
It's all words.
And if she decides to go by a different nickname that I'm not aware of,
It's all
that's
words.
fine, right? Because people have different interactions with different people. So she might
Girl, you gotta eat.
by Fluffy Bunny, whatever, as her nickname.
A
With her
woman
friends.
gotta be right.
Am I gonna get
get my panties in a twist over that? Am I gonna get angry over that?
Maybe. Woman gotta be right.
But that seems rather petty to me and small.
Gotta eat. Woman gotta be right at least twice a day.
What kind of trust
Even Lincoln is gay now.
projecting to my child?
Post note on time about Lincoln's LGBTQ activity. I'm sorry, she was correct. She will love you. It's all words.
Did you feel left out of your kids' lives?
Gotta be right.
Because I don't. She tells me what her preferred name is, how she wants to be addressed. Because I build trust. So, if you need a teacher to tell you something that your child is terrified to tell you, and you're going to make it the biggest issue of your day, then you get the day you deserve. Now you can interrupt me. Is there anything more you want to add? Maybe later if it pops up. Should I start speaking so that you? Well, thank you. Well, since there's nothing else you want to add now, please go on mute. No, I won't drop you. I will keep you on stage. I'll even give you an opportunity for a close. Please go back on mute. Please go back on mute. Please go back on mute. I've asked for the third time with a please. Thank you. You can stay on stage and you can have a chance to speak. Fourth time, last time, please go on mute. Okay, well, if you can't follow the rules, now you get dropped in the audience. And, you know, ask him 4 times, please. Even was going to keep him on stage. Let him have a last chance to say goodbye, just like everybody else. But he didn't want to respect the rules of the room. And, you know, that's the way some people are. And, yeah, that's the way some people are. So, let's see. If any of the mods want to contribute, now's a good time. If anybody wants to come on stage, now's a good time also. Yeah.
I think, you know, Murray made a fair point, and it's this division that there is, this perhaps a change of paradigm that we're encountering, where many of us, as boomers and Gen Xers, we didn't know about, you know, neurodiversity, all these things, and they didn't treat us with authority, and it was the parents knew best. We didn't listen. They spanked us. They called us out. They punished us. But I think what we're learning now, and I'm sure Dr. James sympathizes and knows even more positive reinforcement. Is what's going to get us the most effective results. Because negative reinforcement is, it can be traumatic, right? I think it's something that sometimes must be used as a last resource. But this is, you know, something that I take to heart from the moment my children were born. I rarely tell them no. I usually ask them a question. And when they do something, or they, you know, they show initiative, or they put an effort into something, I completely shower them with love and praise.
Help my wellness.
And not going to the extreme, because there's another thing that came about, which is don't tell a child they're smart, tell them they worked hard and they got it, right? So there's lots of nuances to this discussion. But it's very important to get to the point of if I nurture my child in such a way that they trust me to share their secrets, and I'm not going to go at them and tell them this is emphatically wrong and you're punished, all right? When it might be something for them, an innocent comment, they're making something that, but because we're so hung up on our dogmas, our doctrines, our values, that we start shutting them down. They, you know, and then they don't trust us, and they don't want to speak to us. And that's, I think, a very important lesson to take to heart.
Hey, Dr. Steve, this is Adrian. Can you put me in the queue?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Buddha, and to me, the Buddha means body. The Buddha said, conquer anger by love, conquer evil by good, conquer the stingy by giving, conquer the liar by truth. Whoever checks his uprisen anger as though it were a rolling chariot, I call a true charioteer. Others merely hold the reins. So to me, when I come in a clown house room, it's basically a journey. You're getting in a car, and some people road rage. So I think this app really indicates who you are or what your anger management level is, your awareness, your kindness, your love, your compassion, your personality. And it's not easy being a mod. And I got to say, Uncle Steve, when you say, "Oh, you're a green bean, you can interrupt anytime you want." I mean, maybe being a one mod show, and then I think this app should basically be on a timer where everybody gets 60 seconds to speak and everybody else's mic is muted. That's like a debate. Unfortunately, we have people on this app, myself included, who are road ragers, and I'm trying to educate myself to be more aware about my own anger and rage, frustration, sadness, grief, and I have issues with family. I have issues with people on this app. I have issues with people at work. That's the relativity. And so being aware of anger, I would just say take the deepest breath of the day, hold it for 10 seconds, let it go, and say, I'm a flower. That's a type of positive visualization neurolinguistic program. So that's what I try to work on this app. And I think this is a great room. And I just want to say, I think all the speakers' opinions are valuable. But when people talk over one another and you rage on this app, are you not aware of what you're doing to yourself and to others? Thanks for listening. This is Adrian Dittman.
Thank you. I want to comment specifically because you brought up my mods. Yes, I tell my mods that they can interrupt anytime they want, just like I can. But fortunately, my mods know most of the time, 95%, when it's appropriate to do that. We had a mod in the last segment who not only interrupted but broke one of the rules, and without saying so, I basically I advised him that he was doing it, and within minutes he apologized because he realized it was inappropriate.
Oh, believe it or not.
You'll notice that the talking over each other in the entire 3.5 hours we've been here has not lasted more than 10 seconds. You've never had more than one person speaking. We had 2 or 3 times where 4 or 5 people were talking over each other, and I shut that down within 10 seconds. The room is very
Which is our
tight
greatest quality of knighthood?
when it
Courage,
comes to
passion,
talking and who interrupts and when it's appropriate to interrupt. Yeah, it's true. Me and the mods are allowed to interrupt when it's appropriate. The other non-mods are not allowed to interrupt. This is true. However, when it comes to the content always has been and always will be completely open. Anybody can come up, whether or not I like them or I can't stand their fucking guts, or whether they disagree with me or agree with me. Everybody is entitled to come up on stage at least once, and as long as they follow the rules, they can stay on the stage. When they don't follow the rules, they get kicked off.
I know, but Uncle Steve, we love you, and I just don't understand your rage and your anger.
I don't understand why you're interrupting.
Oh, what was that George Scott clip you played?
I don't understand why you're interrupting me, unless you want to be put down to the goop. I don't get
Yeah,
it.
I mean, my work here is complete.
All right, good. I'm glad your work is complete, and you've been a first-class escort down to the VIP. Thank you. And by the way, I agree with a lot of stuff that Adrian says. Some of the things I don't agree with, and he cubs up, and as long as he doesn't disrespect or violate the rules, he stays up. Once he does, he gets kicked down, and that's the way it is. We've got till the top of the hour. We're going to go with closing thoughts and burning desires and goodbyes in about 15 to 20 minutes. So if anybody in the audience hasn't come on stage yet and wants to come up and speak about anything, you're encouraged to do so. Let's first go to the mods. If any of the mods want to speak about anything, just unmute and go, and then we'll go to the non-mods. Cora.
Throughout the course of this whole conversation, I just wonder how many of the people that are commenting actually had to live being terrified of their parents as a child. I know I never would have done anything at school that I didn't want my parents to know about. I wouldn't have done anything at school that defied them because, and yeah, I had trusted adults at school, you know. But the thing is kids talk, people talk, and you know, if you live in this state of hypervigilance, being a victim of abuse, it's like nitpicking these things. It's like it's just not something that comes up. I didn't have the privilege of thinking I could be anything but what my parents expected me to be when I was a child. So, you know, this is just ridiculous. Some of this conversation is just not based in reality. And that people are moralizing about it. It's like, if you really care about children, you know, just be a trusted adult that's there, instead of like trying to policyize or legalize or whatever your preferred moral systems. You know, it's just ridiculous. Anyway, it drives me crazy. I just think there's no reality going on there.
And in fact, Cora, you finished?
Yeah, go ahead.
There's a comment in the group chat from Victoria, and this is fascinating. Victoria and everybody else, quote, Steve is demonstrating why it is dangerous for some parents to know about their kids' preferences. My house, my rules. Well, that's a good point, Victoria, but you run a couple of houses. You run a couple of regular shows. I would presume that those are your house and your rules as well. So unless you're going to disagree that people can come in to your spaces and violate your rules, I would say exactly the same thing about you. Just felt compelled to throw that in. Yeah, go ahead.
So the way I'm interpreting that comment is, you know, but it doesn't mean that's the case in your custody of brick and mortar.
Oh yeah. Her rules in her house are different than my rules in my house. But the point of the matter is, you got to respect the rules regardless of what they are.
But I think what was implied, at least in my mind, in that comment was it was an authoritative statement, and to your children to instill fear into them, right? It doesn't mean that you are doing that, but that's what was implied in the comment. That's what I gathered.
Which is why what's good for the goose is good for the gander. She runs her regular houses, and she has her rules. Now, maybe she was saying, well, the rules are different for different people. In other words, I can interrupt anytime I want, but the people that come on stage, non-mods, cannot interrupt.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? That's true. Excuse me.
Yeah.
That's true in a lot of clubhouse rooms. In fact, I would say, based on my 4 years of experience on Clubhouse, take it for what it's worth, that when you have a room that has hundreds or thousands of people, the mods have different privileges than the non-mods. And one of those privileges is that if you have a green bean, you can interrupt, but if you don't have a green bean, you can't. Go ahead.
Yeah, but it was extrapolating from Clubhouse to your home with your kids, right? But that was the comment. It wasn't your rules on Clubhouse. It was, if you have that attitude with your children at home, and you tell them, and one of the kids says, I want my name to be motherfucker, and you'll say, this is my house, my rules. You can't do that. The next time that they have an issue or a problem or something they're sensitive about, they won't come to you for help. So it wasn't an allusion to how you run your rooms, but how people run their own houses, and whether that was an accurate representation of what it might be in your private life.
And by the way, Alfonso, apparently you got it right and I got it wrong, because Victoria just pointed out that you're right. So, I'm certainly humbly apologize. mischaracterizing the comment. You got it right, and I was wrong. Morning Star is new on stage. Hey, Morning Star. Welcome to Ask the Atheist. What would you like to talk about?
Yeah, I was looking at seeing if the title was religion matters for economic growth through various channels. Was that the topic, or are we just?
No, that's not the topic or the title. The title is Ask the Atheist, but we have posted at the Jumbotron something from the Pew Research Center. Religion matters for economic growth through various channels, but we really haven't touched on that at all.
Oh, okay. Well,
you can talk about whatever you want.
Nice. Well,
Clubhouse is a low IQ chat app where no actual intelligence is ever created.
I'm one of them.
This one should actually be called "How Pissed Off Does Steve Become?"
I am your Clubhouse atheist, yes.
Oh, well, that's interesting. I halfway agree with you, but halfway don't.
Clubhouse is a low IQ chat app where no actual intelligence is ever created. This one should actually be called "How Pissed Off Does Steve Become?"
If that makes sense.
Well, yes, in fact, if I understand you correctly, a lot of people lately have been going away towards religion even though they don't believe in God. Some people refer to it as spirituality. A lot of people in the past couple of decades have been steering away from religions, but they still continue to believe in God. About 80 to 90% of the population in the United States and around the world believes in God or some type of unidentifiable higher power. But at least here in the United States, polls show that only about 60% are affiliated with a religion. So a lot of people agree with you.
Wow, I did not know that. That is incredible knowledge. Well, from my standpoint, I just don't believe any of these was something they orchestrated, especially by whoever's in charge at the time, and everybody that will put their hands on it and everything. So after, all these years of different kings and stuff get a hold of these Bibles and stuff, I just couldn't go with it. But I believe the universe, everything has a creator. That's just my belief. But the spirituality thing ain't really me. I just believe we've been created. But that's.
Do you think that creator has to be God? Is it possible it's something else?
Well, I believe that it's possible that something else has created us and then something has created that. It's no telling. We don't know. I don't believe nobody on the planet.
No one on Clownhouse has ever written a book even close to the Magnum Opus Bible.
You were affiliated with a religion and now you're not. Is that correct?
Yeah, but not by choice. I grew up in a Christian household, but as you grow and everybody has intelligence, so you things for yourself. You learn different things, and you put your own mind to things. And me myself, after just thought and thinking and seeing how religion bloomed and everything in different places, I just came to my own, some.
What type of religion did you say you grew up in your household? I missed that.
Christianity.
All right.
Pretty much.
King
James.
Gotcha. And if you feel comfortable, what steered you away from that sect of Christianity?
Well, just learning about the history of it and kings, was taking scriptures out and what I'm saying, and all that different stuff. It just got the kings had their hands on it and, everything. I just couldn't believe it. Like after it get passed on to so many people and people change things and do things to it, it's just like, how could I?
Was there one particular day and time where you made the change, or did it take a while? I know for me it took 5 years.
Well, I started off as a baby and churches and stuff, so it took me until teenage years where I started just asking questions. But once the internet blossomed and I got to get different knowledge and get a little older, so maybe about
early 20s, you know, but I always questioned it when I was about maybe like 16, 17, around there.
Thank you very much for sharing. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
I like to add, what is y'all opinion on extraterrestrials? Like, I believe, you know, the universe is so large, so big, so many different stars, so many different planets. I believe that there's a more percent chance that we have other, you know, things out there.
Well, I presume you're referring to intelligent life. I think that in this huge universe where we arguably have 2 billion, 200 billion stars in our own Milky Way galaxy, and we have 200 billion galaxies in the universe, I think there has to be intelligent life out there somewhere, at least in one place. However, I think we have microbial life here on in our own solar system. If you look at the moons of Jupiter and or Saturn, there's a lot of talk about potentially microbial life living in the oceans, although clearly that's different than intelligent life, which I think you're referring to. But I do think that somewhere out there in this mass galaxy, there is intelligent life, which is probably more intelligent than our own. That's what I think. That's a good question. Before we go to closing thoughts and burning desires, let's just go really quickly around the stage. Alfonso, intelligent life out there in the universe? If you want.
I think probabilistically they say that there has to be, because it's so vast, but I have no way of knowing, and even though there's a high likelihood, it seems very slim anyway. And if it is out there, I think the likelihood
We should be
of them
here now.
connecting with us
Focus
is
on
vastness
intelligence and
of space,
communication.
and, you know, how ridiculous
the essential source of
And how far away it is.
So it would take several thousands of light years, and even in that sense, there's parts of the universe that are flying away from us faster than the speed of light, apparently.
Yeah.
So there's no, I mean, to me, it's just bogus to think
That
that we
has
could
a low
connect
IQ
with any
trade-off
life
with
form.
no actual intelligence.
Yeah, I was going to go around the stage, but we've got a couple of speakers that I want to get in. Housekeeping issue. Mods, don't bring anybody else up. Thank you very much for that, Morning Star. It was a pleasure speaking with you. Please stay on stage, and we'll give you an opportunity to say goodbye should you want it. Okay, last two new speakers, Rick and vasectomy. Rick, welcome back to Ask the Atheist. What would you like to talk about? Rick.
Trying the stupid mute button.
That's all right. Yeah.
Well, I had an interesting day yesterday, and I just wanted to get a take on it. I came home. I was out knocking on doors, doing canvassing, and when I came home, I noticed in front of me there was like kind of a delay on the road, and then I saw tons of flags and a lot of Trump flags, and there was one of those Trump rally, pep rally kind of things going on, and it turned out it ended up right across the street in the harbor there, in a parking lot, right across from me. And so I decided, well, I'll walk over and see what's going on, and it was basically a bunch of pretty hardcore Trump supporters having this little rally. And
congrats, Steve. You truly
there
are
was
doing
about
great work.
maybe 25 cars and trucks. And there was 4 vendors selling, flags, hats, shirts, whatever.
Congrats, Steve. You truly are doing great work here now. Bravo,
kind of like a
Bravo,
farmer's market, or a flea market kind of a thing. So I went and I looked, and I could not find one piece of gear made in the United States. And so I started talking to the vendors about it. I said, hey, do you have anything made in America here? And they said, what do you mean? And I said, well, if you want to bring jobs back to America, isn't that what we want to do? We want to bring jobs back, have good paying jobs, and make more things here and not buy them from China. So the three countries that I could find were Myanmar was most prevalent for hats. China, there was some of those gold shoes. I don't know if they were official trumpets or they were functions, but those gold boots they sell it. And then Vietnam. So China, Vietnam, and Myanmar were the three countries. So I asked them about it. They go, well, I hear what you're saying, but you can't make any money if you use things, if you buy stuff made in the United States. And they said nobody will buy it because it'll be too expensive. So I checked the prices on them, and a hat, just a baseball cap, and they had all different kinds of, there was the MAGA hats, the Trump hats, there was fuck the Kamala hat, and so I asked them how much the hats sold for, and they said, well, they're from $20 to $30, depending on the hat. And so I have a hat that I bought. I bought it, had it shipped to me. It was $27.50, including shipping. Made in the USA by union workers, SEIU workers. Embroidered. I had an embroidered patch up at the top. And it was pretty much the same price. In fact, it was less than some of the hats they were saying. But they were telling me that you can't make any profit if you buy things made in the United States. So it was kind of interesting, and I was wondering if the tariffs go into effect on China. He's talking 10 to 20% tariffs on things coming from China.
I'm going to give you 1 minute, buddy. I'm sorry, but we're at the end, and I got to get one person in 1 minute.
That will raise their prices, would it not? By 10 to 20%. And they'd have to raise their prices by 10 to 20%. Now, how come we can have hats made in the United States and they can't? And that's the question, and nobody could answer it. But they're buying from the companies and making America great again, I guess, somehow.
Rick, thank you. And our last new speaker is vasectomy. Good morning, vasectomy. Welcome to the show. What'd you like to talk about? Vasectomy, going once.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. I came across this realization 3 months ago, and I know it's going to make a mockery of myself, but this is what I came to realize. God is the government. The government and God know each of us individually. They're omnipresent. They have the ability to bring upon the Armageddon. Government starts with G, God starts with G. God's angels are his agencies. And a plethora of other correlations that aren't a causation. I realize how silly I sound. This is what my mind did.
That's okay, no problem. Would you like to add anything else or say goodbye? Because after you finish, I'm going to give you a first-class escort to the VIP.
Goodbye.
All right, thank you. I'm glad that you got that in, first-class escort to the VIP. Now we'll go to Norm. Norm, would you like to say goodbye?
Now it's time to say goodbye.
I'm so glad we had this time together.
Yes. All right. Yeah, a little bit. I want to recap my original Fresh Five.
As long as you can do it in 90 seconds, go ahead.
Is that what we get? Okay.
Well, you get 1 to 2 minutes to say goodbye. Yes.
All right. Okay. So
Bibi gave a press conference this week and explained that we will not allow Hamas to rearm. We won't allow weapon or terrorists to pass through the Philadelphia corridor between Gaza and Egypt. So I think that's a good decision, and I think it should have been made long ago. We also so when people tell you, oh, it's the children, the babies, the blah, 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 it's bullshit, and it's an example of a sort of a hysterical mind capture. Similarly, when somebody says to you that I've decided that I'm not a boy anymore, and today I'm a girl, or when a girl decides I'm not a girl anymore, today I'm a boy, it's a kind of mental dysphoria, shall we say. If a child is in trouble, if a child has mental dysphoria, if a child starts to doubt their identity, that needs to be communicated to the parents, to the family, to the guardian, to the caregiver, as soon as possible. And a law that disallows that is unconstitutional, and I am absolutely 100% certain it will be tossed out on appeal. And I'll land it there. Thank you, Steve, for another wonderful Sunday morning.
Quiet. Uncle Steve, are you there?
Oh, sorry about that. Hi, sorry about that. Thank you. Thank you. See, the mods know 5-second rule. Thank you. I forgot to press the button. T, you're up next, but before you say whatever you want to say, I sincerely would like to know how you like the show today. Good, bad, or indifferent, whatever it is.
Mostly good.
Thank you.
I thought you did great, Steve. According to, after this discussion, I'm going to change my name to Kellyanne Jennifer, and we'll see if anybody thinks I have dysphoria or needs to call my parents.
Oh, was that it?
To me, Kellyanne from today.
No. I get
that was it.
T, thank you very much. It was a sincere pleasure to have you here. Thank you. First class escort down the red carpet to the VIP. Let's move on. Let's see. We have Joanna next. Joanna, would you like to say goodbye?
Yes, I would. And as always, so nice to hear your voices. I love all of you, really, in a more than a clubhouse way. I have 15 seconds of a song.
Yeah, go ahead. It's fine.
1969.
Bryan Adams. Oh, I was wrong.
Good morning.
Ah.
That really takes me back, Uncle Steve.
Yeah.
That's giving me the warm and fuzzies, everyone.
You got it. First class escort. And by the way, the song I was thinking of by Bryan Adams is The Summer of '69. So there you go. Let's see. Let's go. Daryl, would you like to say goodbye?
Yes, sir. To something, Alfonso said, and to something Morningstar said, if you were to ask me personally, do I think that what's more possible, not probable, but possible, that human beings were engineered by another intelligence, or that human beings were created by some invisible energy that created the rest of the universe, I'd go with the aliens. And my last thing, I talked to Michio Kaku once for an interview, and his idea about this thing about extraterrestrial life is interesting, because he says that we tend to look at it from the scope of our own understanding of not only physics, but organic chemistry. And that he feels that we need to be a little more open to the possibility that we're not as smart as we think we are, and that there could be, a species, civilization, whatever you want to call it, that is really way advanced from us. So I don't discount the possibility. Last thing I'll say, the CIA document in the 40s, and it talked about how to use aliens as a source of intelligence. It's really short, but it was acquired through the Freedom of Information Act. And I would always say I think if the CIA is looking into something, we should probably pay attention to it.
Thank you for that. First class escort to the VIP, and last but not least, before we get to the mods, Morningstar, would you like to say goodbye? Any closing thoughts or burning desires?
Yes, and I'll make this real quick. I'd love to say I think the first thing we're going to discover besides micro life is maybe ocean life. And I also believe that once AI evolved to like a high extent and we start emerging with machine, I believe that we're going to make a whole lot of new discoveries and advance higher than we ever did before. And I believe that we will be able to reach these places that are thousands of light years away. And I believe that we will run into, high advanced civilizations. And I don't believe that we will do it in our lifetime. It might be our kids. Who knows? But I like to say I love this room and goodbye to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't go away, but I am giving you a first class escort to the VIP. I want to comment. Yes, I believe in science, although my life is not 100% controlled by science. Science tells us right now that without water, there is no life. You cannot have life without water. So your statement, life in water, is correct. As far as thousands of light years away, let's just remember what that is. That's traveling at the speed of light, which according to Einstein, we cannot do. Currently, about the fastest we could go is about in space, and be safe about it, is like about 25,000 miles an hour. Light, again, 25,000 miles an hour. Speed of light is 186,000 miles per second. So when we talk about something being thousands of light years away, that's traveling at 186,000 miles per second for thousands of years, just to put it into perspective. And now we go to the mods, who don't get a first-class escort to the VIP, but have to stay on stage and do the heavy lifting until the end of the show. Cora, would you like to say goodbye?
I just, on the whole God versus aliens thing, first of all, if we have a deist God, a God that just
The CIA should seek an additional $10 billion a month to invest in Uncle Steve's atheism research.
Why worry about it? And the probability of there being like a disembodied mind with a will that did all of this creation it's just improbable and unnecessary. We have good models and explanations for how we came to be, how the universe came to be.
Well, we have here
alien wise, I would, if you're one of those people that's into alien stuff and philosophy, definitely recommend reading the Remembrance of Earth's Past trilogy by Liu Cixin. Obviously not in the Chinese, if you can't read Chinese. But it really, the second book particularly, gets into the reasons why, even if there is intelligent life out there, why it would not want to encounter us and why we would not want to encounter it. So that's all I want to say.
Thank you. Dr. James, would you like to say goodbye?
Yeah, I will. So I was just thinking about something that was being talked about earlier, and just, essentially the idea of implicit and explicit rules within groups that, either support or work against cohesion and, just having a good time. And so I do see the purpose of being a mod who can model the rules as well as enforce the rules. And so I think maybe that's what I was hearing someone else talk about, maybe trying to get at that in their own way. And but I thought the point itself that was being made was fair. I would say in this room, generally, that tends to be the case. I mean, I don't see a lot of mods being hyper abusive to others. Earlier today, I do my exercise while I'm here. And, I was basically at peak heart rate when I chimed in quite loudly at one point. And you know, I think it's a good practice for me to be in that state under stress and to still remain pretty even keel. I think it's a good mental workout to have while I'm having a physical workout. And so I want to thank Norm for helping me feel a little unhinged today, because then I knew I was pushing myself to my limit. And now I can work at it to get that stressed out and still remain calm next time.
Next quick,
So thank you.
My understanding, James, was that you said not fuck you to a person, but it was an expression. And I think that might have been the confusion. That Steve thought you were insulting someone, but you were just using it within the context of expressing an emotion rather than telling someone specifically.
James, is that accurate?
To be fair, I was very consciously using the word fuck because nothing else could capture how outraged and I was at the ridiculousness of allowing this person to quadruple down on essentially what are not facts. And I was doing my best. If you listen to the replay, which you won't, but if you do, you'll hear me several times calmly coming in and asking him to reflect and different things like that. But that wasn't.
And if I recall correctly, and maybe I'm wrong, eventually what happened was what you said was your A, and then whatever it was, and then that's when I shut it down. But maybe I misunderstood.
No, it's fair, and that's what I'm saying. So I think it's appropriate for a mod to model behavior that they want to have given. And so that's for me why if I catch myself in that space, I try to just nip it in the bud and just acknowledge it.
I don't mind people in F-bombs. I drop F-bombs all the time, but you won't, and again, I'm not accusing you, Dr. James, but you will never hear me say, or at least on this show, you're a fucking idiot, okay? And I'm not saying you said that. I got no problem dropping F-bombs. Matt, would you like to say goodbye?
Yeah, I'll hop in quick, and I just wanted to say I was at a charity bike ride yesterday. I did 40 miles. Some people did 10. Some people did 100. Big cancer fundraiser in Connecticut. You can't miss it if you're in the Northeast. And they had 2,500 riders, and having 2,500 humans in one place is not something we've done a whole lot of in the last 10 years outside of sports, at least in my experience. And I just want to say it was a great day. I know a lot of people there that would, if they were on Clubhouse, all they would do is say you have the worst ideas, I hate you, I wish you didn't exist. But when they were coming together for a cause, none of that came up. Everybody got along, and my advice to everybody is it's good to engage with ideas you disagree with to sharpen your argument, but we should never take anything people are saying to each other here personally. Go out, touch grass. The world is a good place, and we can make it better. Do the things that make it better.
That's great. Last but not least, Alfonso, would you like to say goodbye?
Yeah, a couple of comments. One quick one is I do not think that humans are gonna be able to get in touch with any intelligent life forms outside. I think we're gonna perish or have evolved into something radically different, fused with technology and nano, whatever ridiculousness is coming up for humanity and life on Earth. But that's like light years away. I don't think we're gonna be able to, see alien life forms in the near future. And near means, thousands of years, right? And the other one was I wanted to comment a little bit on where we're doing with the Atheism House. This complementary relationship of, I guess, the soft and the hard approach has become a very controversial thing because it's probably heightened the way people perceive these spaces, and it's kind of it's advertisement. It creates a space where people want to come and see the show, but I think we still make a great team. So, yeah, good job.
Thank you. With that, we're done. Thank you to all the mods for helping do the heavy lifting. Thank you for everybody in the audience contributing, because without it, the show would not be as good as it is. The last thing in the world I want to do is talk for 4 hours. That's the last thing I want to do. Most people have an agenda. Some people just want to start their day. Some people just want to learn a bit and express their opinion a bit. Everybody has a different motivation for coming in here. I find most of them, over 90, 95% are positive. The show continues to get more popular, and with that are going to come in new people and old people alike, and all we can do is just adjust to it. I do my best to be consistent about it. Most people like the way the show is run. Some people don't. As was said earlier in the chat and whatnot, there's always the leave quietly button, which is not a problem. Take care, everybody. Best to you and your families. I'll be back again next Saturday and Sunday. Be careful on the clubhouse streets.
Farewell, losers. Farewell, friends. I love you. Farewell, friends, I love you. Farewell, friends, I love you.
Just sing a song and think about sunny. Happy trails to you. Till we meet
Okay, this is Ask the Atheist Uncle Steve after party. This is Adrian. I hope you enjoy this room.
You won't believe how old she is.
Excuse me? I ask people who are really fit, what do they do for their workout?
This is the Ganesha mantra.
per year, but you'd like to, I strongly encourage.
So, we're going to start with the rolling hands induction. Okay? Is it okay if you don't have any neck problems? Okay. So what I want you to put your hands out like this. Something like that. Okay? And what I want you to do, I want you to start rolling your hands like this. And every time I say different, that's the question every year. What's actually going to make me upgrade this time around?
Well, if you have an iPhone 15 Pro,
Auto aficionado.
My sister just bought her first home and she did it.
Okay, so I love this question. Really am dreading feeling in tune. Okay, not gonna kill you. Do not know what I'm saying. A month without it. Okay, my bad. No, the key really warm.
Wow. What?
Get ready.
Many people say that.
I can't tell you how.
Starbucks.
Have him take. Captain, you can't watch football without Tostitos. 21 years old. So now a sack of Sam from the top of your collar. Let's do some redneck surfing. Get around, baby.
Ew, guys.
500 screenshots. I'm gonna do this recording. But I kind of want it. Yeah, just get 500 screenshots. Someone just screenshot this 500 times. What a wonderful day!
It was the virus that made apes smarter. And it almost killed all of us.
Why do they hunt her? She knows the humans' secrets.
Red, red, red.
Check that, find out. Check out that money. Only $1. Fucking, I'll buy it for you. Joe Jackson, that Michael. If you want to start a band, you can make Brian the singer probably the only way you'll ever be happy. Joe Jackson, that Michael. It's free. That's dope. Call the about, see if they want it. Danielle Blackman. Otherwise, they're going to toss it. So call the Chabad, see if they want it. Danielle Blackman, try Black Show, otherwise it's under her. Yeah, space, it's free and works. It's easily with $1,000. Never see this again. Never see this again. Ancient tech. If you want to start a band, you can't make violent singer. Probably the only way you'll ever be happy. Show Jackson that, Michael. Check that money. Give the fuck for music. Hey, is this Kabata Seattle?
Yes.
Hey, my name is John. There's an incredible electric organ on eBay, and it's free, and it's in Seattle. I don't know if you guys have any space or you guys want an electric organ. It's very nice. It's on eBay. It's only $1. I can send you the link if you guys are interested in it. Okay, can I text it to you? Is this your cell phone number? Yeah. Okay. Okay, Shavuot Tov, Rabbeinu Shalom. Okay, thanks, you too. Oh, fucking make music for Hashem. Only $1.
Hold on, son. How's policy? Here's the 6-shooter. You'll be wanting the senior reading pistols as well? Everything. How's policy? Feel a bit naked, but you gentlemen mind if I take his spot? Can you play his hand? I would prefer not to. It's too late. You have regarded the cards.
You seen him, you play him.
I ain't angry. The other violation of the rule.
If I don't.
Hold on, son. House policy. Here's the 6-shooter. Yep.
Democrats. Democrats.
6-shooter. Yep. Oh, there's my buddy Adrian. Come on up, Adrian.
Oh, Adrian.
Party.
And right now, you over there?
Come on up.
The same propaganda.
Well, Russia.
And I do understand that. I do understand that Russia is an actor here, not just a reporter. I do understand this.
Russia is giving money to Iran, for example, because of their drones. They're giving them billions of dollars because of.
Right. So, but of course he's not going to do that. And anytime he ever does that thing that was just asked of him just now, before I spoke, he's just going to ramble, which is why he's going to lose the debate.
I respond to that, Nacho.
No, that's what I'm people speaking.
I asked shut your mouth already. I asked Nacho.
Yes. How about you get 30 seconds?
30 seconds.
Wait. Let's say I'm an African and I'm in Liberia. And I say, okay, I'm going to make a policy throughout the whole continent, not just Liberia. All you Liberians get to create countries.
I'm sorry, but it's oppression.
How's that oppression?
It is oppression. Because most women right there, they don't have the choice to marry. It's oppression.
What are you talking about?